Good morning, everyone. We want to welcome you to the 85th edition of the Southeastern Youth Fair. We're looking forward to a great day with our Lamb and Goat Show. It is our tradition that we begin each of our shows with a pledge to our American flag, also to the FFA and the 4-H motto, and then we'll have an opening word of prayer. And so I'm going to ask if you would stand. Leading our pledge today is Miss Ella Barfield-Weiss from Horizon Academy. Leading in our 4-H motto is going to be Liliana Guerrera. Leading the 4-H motto is going to be Zion Lafell, also of Hammock. And then representing the Bellevue Bald Eagles with our prayer this morning, Miss Selena Antoine. So if you would stand and remove cover, please. Thank you for leading us, Miss Ella.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to greater service, my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Please bow with me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for allowing us to be part of this great industry of agriculture. Help us to be mindful each day of the value agriculture brings to our nation by providing a safe and abundant food supply. May we always remember that we depend on you for the rain and the sunshine. We thank you for the opportunity to complete and participate in the Southeastern Youth Fair. We are thankful for the many volunteers that work to make this possible. For each participation, we pray that good sportsmanship will prevail in each individual and that you protect from harm as we exhibit our projects this week. We love you, Lord, and we pray in your Son, Jesus' name, amen.
Would you join me in thanking these young people for leading us this morning? Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. We also have another tradition where we recognize the seniors in each of our events with a senior walk. And our exhibitors today that are in the 12th grade, this being their last show, representing the Southern Roots 4-H Club, this is Annabelle Edwards. Also one of our seniors, Bailey K. Loy of the Forest High FFA chapter. Brianna Lopez of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Brinley Sapp of the Forest High FFA. Chloe Davis, the Wild and Country 4-H Club. Erica Estrada of the Dunellen High FFA. Giovanna Rosiera of the Trinity Catholic FFA. Jasmine Raymond of the Westport High FFA. Kyle Rich, Kyle representing the Kendrick 4-H Club. Madison Shade of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Natalie Atkins of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Naomi Quintana Abrego of the Vanguard High FFA. And Savannah Ayala of the Trinity Catholic FFA. So congratulations to our seniors this morning. We wish them the very best in the shows today. We're ready to begin this show here this morning. We'd like to introduce to you our judge, Mr. Mark Hasselbrook. Mark, with his brother Ryan, operates and owns Hasselbrook Show Lambs, located in Lincoln in Raymond, Nebraska. These brothers have approximately 300 club lambs that they raise and show. They also have a small flock of commercial ewes that they use to generate recipient lambs for their embryo transplant program. Mark and his brother market sheep nationally, selling sheep coast to coast. They travel throughout the year delivering sheep directly and attending shows to support their customers. They both have been very fortunate to have several significant successes. For instance, the grand champion at the Indiana State Fair in 2023, a reserve grand at the Oklahoma Youth Exposition in 23, and the reserve at the Texas State Fair 2 of the past 3 years. They have done a tremendous job not only with their own flock but also encouraging youth and the exhibitors locally. And so, Mark, thank you, sir, for being here today. We appreciate you being a part of our show and judging this for us. Let's give our judge, Mr. Mark Hasselbrook, a round of applause. Thank you, sir, for being here. We will be exhibiting our lambs this morning, and then at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will begin the goat portion of the show for today. The first classes that Judge will look at this morning will be the all other breeds, as they are quickly, I hope, making their way to the ring. Our first class is a all other breeds class. 4 entries here in this class. Number 32, this is Graceland Wicker of the Happy Homeschoolers. Graceland's lamb weighs 73 pounds. Grayson Benedict of the Westport High FFA. Lamb weighing 78 pounds. Annabelle Edwards of the Southern Roots 4-H, lamb weighing 105 pounds. And Riley Sconyers of the Dunellen 4-H has a lamb weighing 115 pounds. And we want to say thanks to Ocala business leaders. They are sponsoring Class 1 for us today.
Well, good morning. Certainly it's an honor to be out here this morning, and we'll work with your youth throughout the day. I apologize for bringing my weather with me. It sounds like today's the coldest day of the week, and you know, when I left home it was -12 overnight, so this is a significant upgrade for me, although most of you guys seem to be a little annoyed with the weather I brought with me. This first class today is an outstanding class to start out the day with. Definitely a great set of kids out here. As we work into this class, we've got some lighter weight sheep, so we have to take some market considerations into account. The ewe lamb I like to start with is the one that, to me, combines some market fundamentals. Certainly, I think this one could use some more days on feed to pack some more product on that frame, but she's got some muscle, she's appropriately lean, some length, some extension, some foot size. To me, probably one that's still a little prospecty. For a market sheep, I'd like to see just a little bit more weight, a little bit more width, a little more power, but in this class, I think she's the one that combines the most appropriate market fundamentals, still being on a good structure, good frame, some extension, some look from the side. Second and third gets a little close to me. I'm going to like to go with the ewe lamb in second, mostly because of market readiness. I wish probably she was a little bit trimmer. For her weight, she's actually carrying a surprising amount of condition on her, but to me, she's opened up, she's got some width, some body. She's just got more usable product on her skeleton right now, looking at it from a harvest perspective today. The wether we're going to leave in third is probably, from a prospect perspective, one that's really attractive. Today he's just too lightweight, too green. I like his front end extension, his tallness at the point of shoulder. I think a sheep with another 30 or 40 pounds will be an outstanding competitive individual. Today he's just a little too narrow, a little too lightweight to move up any higher. Same can be said for the sheep coming in at the end of the class. Really a productive sheep in terms of having some rib and some volume. Just another one I'd like to pack a little bit more product on him from a market perspective. Outstanding class to start the day off with. Let's reward these kids with an applause for their efforts.
Congratulations to our Class 1 exhibitors. Winning the class, Annabelle Edwards of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. Standing second today, Riley Sconyers with the Dunellen 4-H. In third place, Grayson Benedict of the Westport High FFA. And in fourth place, Graceland Wicker of the Happy Homeschoolers 4-H. And again, we say thanks to the Ocala business leaders for sponsoring Class 1. Class 2 now coming into the ring. Once again, all other breeds here. We have number 7. This is Erica Estrada. Erica with the Dunellen High FFA. We have Roman Schultz of the Lake Weir High FFA. Liliana Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Wyatt Shea of the Liberty Middle FFA. Maddie Shade of the Lucky Learners 4-H. And Jillian Willoughby of the Westport High FFA. These lambs will range in weight between 141 and 176 pounds. And we want to say a very special thanks to Showcase Properties for sponsoring Class 2 for us today.
As we move into our second class, we run into some sheep that certainly, in comparison to the last class, we're at a more appropriate market level, so we can start breaking them down a little bit more. I think an interesting top pair for me, a pair of two sheep of different types and kinds, and it's both of them have advantages over the other one. I walked them at the second here at the end because I wanted to showcase the advantage the class winner has just when we get him out in motion in terms of his structural correctness and integrity. I really like the way the class winner's neck ties in out of the top of his shoulder, how he gets out and walks around the ring with confidence. Really level spine, correct set to his hind leg, a sheep that's designed exceptionally well from the side in terms of being tucked up in his chest, having an appropriate shape to his rib and his body cavity, a sheep that maybe has seen fresher days in terms of his shape and expression. I wish maybe we could just firm him up and freshen him up a little bit more in his muscle shape and expression, but sheep certainly that's stout at the ground, has some width, has an appropriate amount of muscle, still very lean and appropriate in his finish. I certainly appreciate the freshness and expression in the lamb that we use in second, especially in terms of the expression and crease he offers in his stifle and in his leg. But a sheep, when we get him out in motion, sheep that's just a little more restricted in his spine, a little more restricted off of his back legs, and that to me is what sorts the pair for me. It's just looseness and flexibility. I really appreciate his shape and touch, but I don't think he has an overwhelming advantage over our class winner to overcome the deficiency or the difference that he gives up in terms of his structural integrity, and that's the reason why we place that pair. The sheep that comes in third is just a really good meat and potatoes type of a sheep. It's got a lot of width of base, big, bold cage to him. Certainly a sheep that's packed with product. In comparison to the sheep that we place above him, he's a little longer and deeper in terms of his chest and his sternum and his blade. He's carrying the most condition of the top three. Another one that probably seen better days at a younger stage, getting a little older, a little mature in his touch and his handle. I really think the exhibitor of our fourth place sheep does a tremendous job showing this sheep from the side, really gets the most out of this sheep in terms of his length of hip, his expression and shape to his stifle and his leg. To me, why he lands in fourth, even though from the profile he's one of the more appealing ones, is when we get our hands on him, he's probably one of the heaviest conditioned lambs in this class. I'd like to lean him up, freshen him up in his shape to move him up higher. Whether coming in next is actually one that was surprising when you get your hands on him for how lean he is. You can see how expressive and bold his rack is coming up off of his skeleton. To me, he's just one that when we get him out in motion isn't as correct in the angles off of either end. He's a little forward in the angle to his shoulder. Maybe wants to get his spine up. He also maybe doesn't have the length of hip, doesn't have the stifle expression. I really appreciate the rack in this sheep. I just like to make him a little bit more complete. Whether we're going to leave here in the final position of this class, outstanding sheep, appropriate in his weight. It's got a lot of quality to him. Just to me, maybe today, just maybe doesn't quite have the overall width through his chest floor, doesn't have that span in width and dimension across his rack as we find in the sheep placing above him. But the exhibitor's done a tremendous job. Again, let's reward these great young people as they exit the ring with a round of applause for their efforts.
Congratulations to our Class 2 exhibitors. Winning the class today, representing the Lucky Learners 4-H, this is Maddie Shade. In second place from Dunellen High FFA, Erica Estrada. In third place today, Jillian Willoughby of the Westport High FFA. In fourth place, Liliana Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H. In fifth place, Wyatt Shea of the Liberty Middle FFA. And in sixth place, this is Roman Schultz of the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. So congratulations to Class 2, and grateful once again, Showcase Properties for their sponsorship of Class 2. We now have Class 3 in the ring, and Class 3 today being sponsored by Conrad Tree. Brooklyn Risner of the Osceola Middle FFA. Egan Permar of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Avery Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H. Allie Thomas representing Trinity Catholic FFA. Emma Blackburn of the Wild and Country 4-H. Terry Swain from the Westport High FFA. We have individuals showing the Forest High FFA chapter animal. Joey Henrich of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Jaden Lowe showing the Bellevue High chapter lamb. Autumn Bowles, Autumn showing the Vanguard High FFA lamb. Tegan Swain from the Colon Academy FFA. And Aaliyah Joe Hicks of the Lucky Learners 4-H. This is Class 3. These lambs weigh between 89 and 120 pounds. And these are the black-faced lambs here. Again, we thank Conrad Tree for sponsoring Class 3.
As we move into our first class of black faces, again, in a lightweight class, we run into some sheep, and I spoke with the exhibitors down the line as we pulled them. Some really nice sheep, a lot of sheep that I think could stand more days on feed over here. We've got a lot of sheep with a lot of rack shape, a lot of expression, just sheep that I think, for their frame in particular, need some more days on feed. As we move on here into our top 5, I think we've got a really nice sheep to start the class with, one that does a lot of really nice things in terms of having some market fundamentals of some rack shape, some hip, some stifle shape, leg shape and expression that you can see when we get him on the profile, yet he also is wedge made from front to rear. Really like the shape he has to his rib cage and his body cavity, really bold sprung in terms of the dimension to his rib, and he also brings us some of those show ring bells and whistles in terms of being a little bit shorter in terms of his blade, more tucked up in his chest, having a little bit more extension and length to his neck, and giving him a really appropriate show ring silhouette to combine with those outstanding market traits that he brings to the table. Yearling coming in second fits very nicely in terms of a sheet that's really smooth and expressive in terms of the muscularity down her rack into her loin and out of her hip. She probably just isn't as opened up in her center body, isn't as neat and tucked up in terms of her chest, and her neck probably doesn't tie in as neat out of the top of her shoulders, our class winner, but an outstanding lamb to be second place in this class. We come down here into our sheep in third, a really complete type of a market lamb, one that again probably could stand some more days on feed. She probably isn't as neat in terms of her underline and her body cavity, really expressive in terms of her rack shape. You can see the outstanding expression she has. Probably another consideration for her is she's not as level and square out of her dock. Yearling we're going to leave here in fourth. One that from a market standpoint, from a handle standpoint today, outstanding in terms of her rack, big full square in her loin, really neat design to her hip and her leg. For me, one that's just a little too moderate in terms of her frame size. One that I just wish had a lot more extension, was a more athletic and angular when we got her out in motion. Just a complete type of a sheep here we've got coming here at fifth place in this class. One that, maybe doesn't have the show ring appeal in terms of the outstanding leg wool we find in some of the other ones, but one that I work up because I just think she's complete. Angular, level, square, has some muscle, cage. I wish she was maybe a little bit stouter boned. I wish she was bigger out of her hip, but really an outstanding sheep. The one that here we're going to have in sixth is one that's really expressive. To me today, she's a little staler over her loin. I wish we could freshen her up in her underline and her body cavity to move her up higher. Again, really great class of black faces. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Congratulations to our Class 3 exhibitors. Winning the class today, Avery Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H Club. In second place, Joey Henrich of the Kendrick 4-H. Standing third today, Allie Thomas of the Trinity Catholic FFA. In fourth place, representing Kendrick 4-H, Egan Permar. In fifth place today, this is Jaden Lowe, showing the Bellevue High Senior Chapter Lamb. In sixth place today, this is the Forest High FFA Chapter Lamb. In seventh place today, Autumn Bowles, showing the Vanguard High Chapter Lamb. In eighth place, Emma Blackburn of the Wild and Country 4-H Club. In ninth place, Allie Jo Hicks of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Standing 10th today, Tegan Swain of the Colon Academy FFA. In 11th place, Terry Swain of the Westport High FFA Chapter. And in 12th place today, Brooklyn Risner of the Osceola Middle FFA Chapter. Congratulations to our Class 3 exhibitors. And again, we say thanks to Conrad Tree for sponsoring Class 3. We now have Class 4 in the ring. Class 4 being sponsored by Farm Credit. We have Morgan Smith of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Brianna Lopez of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Wells Seiler of the Kendrick 4-H Club. The FFA chapter from Trinity Catholic, a chapter lamb. Aniston Post of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Kyle Rich of the Kendrick 4-H. Brinley Sapp from the Forest High FFA. We have the Osceola Middle FFA, a chapter lamb. Sophia Gagnon of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Evan Knowles from the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Alyssa Koch of the Westport High FFA chapter. We have the Kendrick 4-H Club, a chapter lamb or a club lamb. Waylon Parker of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. And Kate Vivarito of the Westport High FFA. These lambs will range in weight from 124 to 136 pounds. And again, we appreciate Farm Credit for sponsoring Class 4. Would like to invite all of you to take a look at all the banners that are around the arena today. These are businesses that are supporting the Southeastern Youth Fair, and we could not make this happen without their help. And so when you have an opportunity to support one of those folks, one of those businesses, we certainly would encourage you to do so. And just want to say thanks to all the volunteers, hundreds of volunteers, thousands of volunteer hours goes into putting on the Southeastern Youth Fair each year. And we want to simply say thanks to all those volunteers and to all the businesses who are supporting the Southeastern Youth Fair. Pull those hands out of your pocket, warm them up, and let's get a round of applause for all of these businesses and volunteers that support the Southeastern Youth Fair.
Really interesting class here to work through, and certainly along these top 6, there's a number of ways you can align them depending on how you want to prioritize them. I think there's some outstanding sheep. There's a lot of give and take. I wanted to let these exhibitors have some time to work these animals, and we walked them here at the last second, and all 3 of the sheep in our top end have some things I'd like to change about them in terms of their structure. I just wanted to see them out in their natural state one more time. The lamb we're going to elect to start the class with has a class advantage in terms of just being fresh, being square, being bold out of the top of his rack, wide and full out of his loin, big out of his hip, lots of muscle. There's no question I would like to free him up when we get him into motion. He's a little short-strided out of his back, too. I'd like to loosen him up, give him a lot more flexibility. But beyond that, when all 3 of the lambs in the top end also have some structural things I'd like to change, to me, his advantage is he just breaks open so much wider and square out of the top of his rack. He's short-bladed, he's shallow, he's got some rib, he's got some body, he's got some foot. From a market standpoint, and just having some presence and look from the side, one I feel comfortable starting with. Certainly I'd like to loosen him up out of his back too. The lamb we're going to leave in second follows our class winner in terms of being really bold, expressive, expansive out of the top of his rack, wide through the floor of his chest, bold in the shape to his rib, with plenty of stifle expression as well. Another one that when we get him out in motion, maybe is more athletic and takes a longer reach out of his back too, but he wants to drop his chest, drop his neck a little bit, elevate his spine. Exhibitor's done a tremendous job. Lamb coming in third is one that's definitely intriguing to me. I think we look past, maybe he doesn't have the shiniest shear job as some of the other ones. A sheep that's really neat from the side, short-bladed. It's got a nice look in terms of the sweep to his underline. To me, when we get him out in motion, he also wants to get a little higher in his spine. Gets a little higher in his spine when we set him into motion, gets a little lower in his front. Compared to the 2 that I place above him, he's just not as bold right there, right coming out of his shoulder into his rack. He's not set open quite as wide out of the top of his hip, but truly an intriguing sheep here. Exhibitor does a tremendous job getting this sheep set up and gives a very competitive look. Yearling coming in next in line is one that has a lot of good to her as well. When we get her set up, she runs uphill. She's got a lot of muscle shape and expression to her. Big hip, lots of stifle, maybe not quite as big at the ground in terms of her foot size. Wanting to just open up a little bit more breast and brisket area to us as some of the other ones placing above. Maybe ties in just a little bit lower out of her neck. And again, probably when we analyze her and break her down, just isn't quite as wide and firm to the touch coming right out of the top of her rack. Intriguing Yearling coming in next in line. One that, again, I would like to stouten her up maybe a little bit at the ground. But in terms of one that's really big out of the top of her skeleton in terms of having a lot of rack, having a lot of loin, having a lot of hips, she does that. Of the top 6 from a balance standpoint, she probably gets a little longer in her blade, a little more open at the base of her shoulder and the base of her chest to move her up higher, but a lot of market value in this one. Really eye-appealing sheep we're going to leave here in 6th today. I really like how this Weathers blade lays into his body cavity, how level he is, his side silhouette in terms of his underline, his neck attachment, just compared to the sheep we're placing above him. Of the top 6, he's probably the plainest in terms of his shape, certainly right here at his loin. We need to freshen him up and fill him in. A sheep probably with a little bit more days on feed to let him keep coming into his muscularity would it be at his advantage. But really an outstanding sheep to fit in this 6th hole. Outstanding class, even better group of kids. Let's reward all these great young people with a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 4 exhibitors. And again, we say thanks to Farm Credit for sponsoring Class 4. Winning the class from Kendrick 4-H, that's Kyle Ridge. Congratulations, Kyle, one of our seniors. In second place, Morgan Smith of the Lucky Learners 4-H Club. In third, Brianna Lopez of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Standing fourth today, Brinley Sapp of the Forest High FFA. In fifth place, this is the Kendrick 4-H Club, a club lamb. In sixth place today, this is the Osceola Middle FFA, another chapter lamb. Standing seventh today is Alyssa Koch of the Westport High FFA. In eighth place, Waylon Parker of the Southern Roots 4-H. In ninth place today, this is the Trinity Catholic, a chapter lamb. In 10th place today, Evan Knowles of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In 11th place, Aniston Post of the Dunellen 4-H Club. And in 12th place, Wells Seiler of the Kendrick 4-H Club. 13th today, Kate Viverito of the Westport High FFA. And in 14th place, Sophia Gagnon of the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. So congratulations to our Class 4 exhibitors. We have Class 5 in the ring now. Class 5 being sponsored by Herbert Counts Paving. We have Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H Club. Lex Antoinine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. The Southern Roots 4-H at Clubland being shown by Olivia Walker. Ireland Shea of the Dunellen High FFA. Michelle Blackman of the Fort King Middle FFA chapter. Ella Barfield Weiss showing the Horizon Academy chapter lamb. Blake Morales of the Leading the Way 4-H Club. Lily Fernane of the Bellevue High FFA. Brianna Bennett showing for Vanguard High FFA. Abby Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H. Adeline Knowles of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Grace Smith with the Westport High FFA. Spencer Pennington showing for the Westport High, a chapter lamb. Selena Antoine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Amelia Overly of the Dunellen 4-H Club. And Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots 4-H. These lambs will range in weight from 139 to 152 pounds. And again, we say thanks to Herbert Counts Paving for sponsoring Class 5.
Really an outstanding class, an even better group of kids as we move into our next class here. Sheep that wins the class, I think for me, does so quite handily in terms of being one that combines what we're looking for from a terminal standpoint while still having the high caliber skeleton move around the ring with some presence, has some ring appeal. A sheep that of the class, one that really expressive in terms of the muscularity down his top, really like the length of hip, the shape and expression of muscle we find in the leg. I like the added extension of body that we get in this sheep, the center body, the rib cage, and a sheep that still gets around the ring and walks with some presence. Just a really, really nice sheep to start the class with. We'll reward this exhibitor with a big round of applause. As we get into second and third, I think it gets really, really close to sheep that are very, very similar. I think sheep that have some width, have some power, have some body and some rib cage and some muscle. To me, when we get them out and move, the one that we're going to leave in second is just a little bit cleaner in terms of his length of blade, his chest, and his sternum. A sheep that I really like from that standpoint. When we get this sheep propped up, I like how short-bladed it is. I like the silhouette we get from the side in terms of getting progressively deeper from chest to flank. Sheep with a big square rack in him. Really, really nice shape to his hip. Really like the stifle expression. Really a really nice sheep. Maybe we could relax him ever so slightly in the spine on occasion, but really an outstanding sheep to fit into second place. Sheep that comes in third is probably the smallest framed of our top three. A sheep that when the exhibitor gets propped up does a tremendous job. Really like the width, the squareness of rack, big flat loin in him, huge hip. But when we get him out into motion, maybe of our top three, just maybe not quite as neat in terms of how he holds himself together up through his front end assembly, but a tremendous job. Sheep coming in here in fourth is one that, of the top three, I definitely like to soften him up in his rear belly. Sheep that just wants to get a little higher in his flank for me today, and that is definitely a detriment. But beyond that, another really well-presented sheep, a sheep that's shown at a high level, a sheep with a lot of shape and expression to his top, big hip, but from just a balance standpoint, one I just like to open up in his center body and freshen him up a little bit today in his fill. Really complete sheep coming in here next. Sheep that walks around the ring as flexible as any that we've seen in the class. One that I really like watching him stride out. But of the top five, he's probably the most plain and nondescript in his muscularity. I just really like to give him a lot more pop and tone and touch to his top. Give him a little bit more twist and stifle expression. But I really admire the quality and caliber of this sheep's skeleton. Very moderate, stout, wide sheep coming in here in sixth. A sheep that I really, really like for his width. But of our top six, he's probably the shortest through his front end in terms of his neck. He sits a little bit lower at his neck shoulder attachment. As a result, gets a little more forward in the angle to his shoulder. I just like to give him a little bit more extension. And of our top six, he's probably the one that's got maybe the most condition when we get our hands on him, put him over his forerib. But I really admire the width, really admire the power, really admire the body cavity in this sheep. Really great class, even better group of kids. Let's reward them all for a lot of hard work with a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 5 exhibitors. Winning the class today, representing the Town and Country 4-H, Abby Sapp. Congratulations, Abby. Standing second today, Grace Smith of the Westport High FFA chapter. In third place, Ireland Shea of the Dunellen High FFA. In fourth place, Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H. In fifth place today, Blake Morales of the Leading the Way 4-H. In sixth place, this is Olivia Walker showing the Southern Roots 4-H Lamb. In seventh place, Brianna Bennett of the Vanguard High FFA. In eighth place, Michelle Blackman showing the Fort King Middle Chapter Lamb. In ninth place today, Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. In 10th place, Selena Antoine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In 11th place today, Amelia Oberly of the Dunellen 4-H Club. In 12th place, Spencer Pennington showing the Westport Chapter Lamb. In 13th place today, Lily Fernane of the Bellevue High Junior, a chapter lamb. In 14th place today, Ella Barfield Weiss showing the Horizon Academy chapter lamb. In 15th place, Lex Antoine, also the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. So in 16th place, Adeline Knowles of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. So congratulations to our Class 5 exhibitors. And again, we say a very special thanks to Herbert Counts Paving for their sponsorship of Class 5. We now have Class 6 into the show arena. Class 6 being sponsored by the Magnolia Business District. And these lambs will range in weight from 157 to 167 pounds. We have Sydney Antoine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Jackson Sackrider Martin of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. Andy Sapp representing Grandview 4-H. Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Jacob Sapp representing Trinity Catholic FFA. Kennedy Fritz also representing Trinity Catholic FFA. We have Miranda Guerrera. She is showing the Dunellen 4-H Club, a club lamb. We have Millen Grelot of the Bellevue High FFA. John Bradish of the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Charlotte Grelot of the Bellevue Middle FFA. And Kimberly Whitehead showing for the Dunellen Middle FFA chapter. And again, we say thanks to the Magnolia Business District for sponsoring Class 6. We want to make mention, too, of a lamb that was in Class 5. One of the lambs was the Shuffett Scholarship Fund lamb. Blake Morales was showing that lamb, and that lamb was donated by Dr. Faith Hughes, and Becky Cantrell donated the feed. And all the proceeds from that lamb is going to go to the Mark Shuffett Scholarship Fund. So we want to say thanks and congratulations to Blake. Thank him for raising and showing that lamb. And also want to say a very special thanks to Dr. Hughes and to Becky Cantrell as well for their helping make that possible. Congratulations to that Mark Shuffett Scholarship Lamb Project.
As we move into our heavier weights here, we still have a really nice sheep to start this class with in terms of one that checks a lot of the boxes that I'm looking for a show sheep to do in a market lamb show. I think a sheep, when we get him out and get him propped up, here's the one that's really neat in terms of how his front end is constructed. His neck ties into his body cavity appropriately, short bladed, big caged, really exciting side silhouette in terms of having some fill and some underline to him. A sheep that's deceptively powerful. When you look at him and you see how neat and exotic he is from the side, you question maybe when I get my hands on him, what are we going to find? When we put our hands on his top, certainly here's a sheep with a tremendous amount of rack shape, a sheep that's really, really good in terms of his rib and his center body, a sheep that I really like the expression he gives us. Maybe there's some in this class that are a nickel stouter with a little more punch out of the top of their hip, but a really, really nice sheep to start the class with. Sheep that comes in second is one that fits really, really nicely into that position for me. A sheep that is probably a little bit stouter out of the top of his hip than the class winner, I'll give you that, but a sheep that's not as smooth in his top line, his loin wants to sit a little low in him. A sheep that shockingly is probably carrying just a little bit more cover over his forerib than our class winner, but a sheep that's built really, really powerful at the ground. You study him in terms of his foot size, in terms of his skeletal assembly up through his front end. He's still, for his weight and his age, he's keeping his chest up in him exceptionally well. He's got a really nice shape to his rack. I just wish we could freshen him up a little bit in his loin. Sheep that's just not quite as smooth in his overall appearance as our class winner is fresh today in terms of his touch, but a really outstanding weather to go ahead and be in second. The sheep that we're going to leave in third of our top three is probably the one carrying the most condition over his forerib and into the base of his chest, and as a result, I'd like to clean him up there. But beyond that, when we step back and analyze him, this is just a really good meats and potatoes, nuts and bolts type of a sheep. Tall-fronted, exceptionally level, and his spine has some length of hip, some width of hip. Really, really like the stifle shape and expression he brings to the table. Really like how he runs uphill when the young man gets him parked. Really like the productive body cavity and rib cage he brings to the table. That's why we leave him in third. Lamb coming in fourth is one that I really wanted to work up higher. Like how tall-shouldered he is. Like the expression he has. Just for me at this weight, frankly, I wish there was just a little bit more cover on him. I think for me, he's just a little too raw. I'd like to fill him out a little bit more in his body cavity. He's not as fresh and as crisp in his loin. I think one that, if we just soften him up a little bit, I think would be a lot more appealing to me to move him up higher, but I don't want to take anything away from an outstanding sheep in terms of his construction, in terms of his muscularity. Just for me, I'd like to soften him up in an overall appearance, certainly open him up in his body cavity and his underlying, give him a little bit more depth to his flank. Sheep coming in here in fifth is one that I really appreciate for his overall extension, his expression of muscle in his leg. One that to me probably just doesn't quite blend together as neat. He's a little tighter right there in his forerib coming out of his shoulder. When we get him out in motion, maybe pushing a little bit more chest and sternum in him. Just not quite as smooth in his overall top line and his level hipped, but I don't want to take anything away from an exceptionally productive, muscular market lamb. Lamb we're going to go ahead and leave here in sixth, a really outstanding sheep again in terms of being appropriate from a market standpoint. He's got some muscle, big hip, lots of leg, appropriate in his condition. Just when we get out here in the top six, he's one that just runs into some balance problems. He's a little deeper right there through the base of his sternum, a little higher in his flank, maybe wants to round his hip off a little bit more when we get into motion. When we talk about those structure things, that's why we'll slide him into sixth. But again, an outstanding sheep as far as one when we take him to the rail from a market standpoint. Again, let's reward all these great exhibitors with a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 6 exhibitors. Again, we're grateful. Magnolia Business District as our sponsor. Winning the class, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Congratulations, Kaylee. Standing second, representing Trinity Catholic FFA, Jacob Sapp. In third place, Andy Sapp of the Grandview 4-H Club. In fourth place, Charlotte Grillo of the Bellevue Middle FFA. In fifth place, Mylan Grillo of the Bellevue High FFA. In sixth place, Miranda Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club. In 7th place, Jackson Sackrider Martin of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. Standing 8th, Kennedy Fritz of the Trinity Catholic FFA. In 9th place, John Bradish of the Trinity Catholic FFA. In 10th place, Kimberly Whitehead of the Dunellen Middle FFA chapter. And in 11th place, Sidney Antoine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. So congratulations to our Class 6 exhibitors. We now have Class 7 in the show ring. Class 7 being sponsored by the Ocala Equine Hospital. We have Callie Coffey. She is showing the Leading the Way 4-H Club Lamb. Harvey Knowles showing the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club Lamb. Carly Cook showing for Wild and Country, another club lamb. Matthew Morales leading the way 4-H. We have a chapter lamb from the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. Also representing Bellevue Middle FFA is Amin Razuli. Brinley Jelks of the Stars and Stripes 4-H Club. Reagan Barlow of the Bellevue High FFA. And Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA chapter. These lambs will range in weight from 169 to 182 pounds.
As we conclude our Market Lamb show in our heavyweight class, we've got a really, really close pair here at the top. Two outstanding sheep and even more outstanding exhibitors, and I think it's very, very close, and we'll discuss the differences. The sheep I like to start with, to me, just is more captivating in motion, and that's why I had him walk out here the last time. He just is better in terms of the integrity of his neck-shoulder attachment. He's a little longer necked. He's shorter, smoother bladed, smoother at the point of his shoulder. And when we get him out in motion, he just maintains his balance from the side as far as being a little bit neater in his shoulder, a little bit leveler in his hip. I like the extension. I like the body cavity. I like the underline of this sheep. Certainly the class winner is probably a little fresher and bolder today in terms of his rack shape. But when you study him in terms of leg muscle and stifle, I think it's close. I just like the added integrity of our skeleton and our side silhouette, and that's why we're going to elect to start with this sheep here in first. I don't want to take anything away from an outstanding sheep in second, one that's presented and shown that at an extremely high level, sheep that without question compared to the class winners maybe a little bit bolder out of his rack. I don't know from a freshness of loin standpoint if it's a wash. He does, when we get him out in motion, want to roll just a little bit in terms of his hip. And again, like I discussed earlier, just a little bit bolder right there in the base of his shoulder. Exhibitor does a tremendous job hiding this on set, but when we get him out and watch him walk, the differences between the pair become apparent. I don't want to take anything away from an outstanding sheep, though, and an outstandingly presented sheep at second position. And this blue sheep we're going to leave in third is one that's really, really big and stout at the ground. Really appreciate his foot size. Really like the loin, the hip, the stifle expression in him as well. He's just maybe a little bit higher in his spine, a little bit straighter through his shoulder, not as neat in his underline as the ones we place above him. Really highly presented shown sheep here coming in here in fourth. Sheep that runs uphill, really, really big expressive shape to his rack. Maybe not quite as wide out of his hip. A little bit deeper in terms of his sternum than what we find in the sheep placed above him. Just like to change him from a balance standpoint. Really, really nice sheep coming out here next in line. Sheep that's dead level from the side. Really appreciate just how smooth and correct he is when we get him out and watch him in motion. However, from a balance standpoint, I'd like to give him a little bit more extension, clean him up in his chest, and of the top end, maybe he's a little bit staler in terms of his touch. I'd like to freshen him up in the crispness to his muscularity. Sheep that we're going to leave here in sixth is one that's really, really stout and rugged in his skeleton, high cutability sheep, one that I'd like to smoothen out and soften up a little bit, but again, being shown at a really high level. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring for a really nice group of market lambs.
Congratulations to our Class 7 winners. And again, we say thanks to Ocala Equine Hospital winning the class. This is Leading the Way 4-H being shown by Callie Coffey. In second place, Reagan Barlow of the Bellevue High FFA. In third place, Amin Razuli of the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. Standing fourth today, Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. In fifth place, this is the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter lamb. Sixth place, Leading the Way 4-H, shown by Matthew Morales. Number 7 today is Brindley Jelks of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. In eighth place, this is Carly Cook. Carly showing for the Wild and Country 4-H, a club lamb. And in ninth place today, Harvey Knowles of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. We now will be having our 7 class winners to come back into the ring for our Grand Champion Drive. Representing Class 1, Annabelle Edwards of the Southern Roots 4-H. Our Class 2 winners, Maddie Shade of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Representing Class 3, Avery Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H. Our Class 4 winner, Kyle Rich of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Class 5, Abby Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H. Class 6, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. And Class 7, our winner is Callie Coffey. This is the Leading the Way 4-H Club Lamb. Our judge will pick our grand champion from these 7 exhibitors, and then we will ask our reserve in each class, or the second place in each class, to come back and compete for our reserve grand champion. Our grand champion class today is being sponsored by Sacred Silence Farms. Dr. Hughes, we're grateful for your sponsorship. Our reserve grand champion is being sponsored by Ocala Breeder Sales and Service, OBS here locally here in Ocala. We're very grateful to these 2 longtime sponsors of the Southeastern Youth Fair.
Well, as we get our class winners back out here in time to select our champion market lamb, let's first take a moment and thank the volunteers and everybody that put in the hours to put this show together and give them a big round of applause. Youth activities, youth livestock activities are certainly, they're a great benefit and something that we probably need more of. And, you know, one thing that I was thinking about, I was driving out here, is the one commodity that we all have that we're all equal on is time. We all have 24 hours in a day. We all have 365 days in a year. I really, really admire people from around the country when I get to travel that are willing to take their time, that precious commodity, and volunteer and donate it to young people in the future of agriculture. And so I always encourage people, encourage the families to take your opportunity when you're here to thank all these people that have put forth hours and hours of their precious time to provide these learning experiences and youth development. So I always admire these people, and I think we owe them a debt of gratitude. I know running a show from my own experience and my brother's experience back at home with our state fair, he's a superintendent there. It can be a thankless job, but truly these people are patriots, and they're doing things for the right reasons because they care about youth and they care about the future of agriculture. So again, let's thank all these great volunteers. Thing that I really like about this activity, and again, we talk about how precious time is. I'm aware that young people, you guys have a litany of activities you can use to dedicate, be it agricultural activities, sports. No, there's a lot of other great activities in these areas. And the one thing that I want you guys to do is thank your parents and your family. You know, from a parenting standpoint and watching my brother with his young niece, with my nieces, his two daughters, this is the activity you do as a family. You parents are out there at the outgate waiting with a halter. This isn't like the activities of sports where, you know, the coach, you drop the kid off for practice, you sit in the bleachers. This is a family activity, and this is something that you guys are going to remember for the rest of your life. What we do out here and what we've done today is a small part of this. You know, some of my best memories with my family are out in the barn or doing things at shows beyond the show. So I want you guys to relish this time with your family. Thank your parents, because trust me, there's a lot of activities they could have you do that are probably easier on them and take less of their time. So if you guys care about this and are passionate, please thank your parents for giving you guys this opportunity. And let's give all the parents and the people that supported these young people, their club leaders and FFA advisors that gave them the opportunity and mentored them throughout the year to get them to this point, a big round of applause at this time. And again, not to promote or beat a dead horse, but the other thing I really like about this activity, we haven't seen a kid in a cell phone all day today in this ring. I think as we become more wired into technology, getting out in the real world, putting your phone in your pocket, putting your iPad in your pocket, and being outside, working with an animal, having that responsibility, these are traits, these are skills that are becoming more and more important, not less. So again, let's continue to support 4-H and FFA. I know you guys have a great facility down here, great fair, and what you guys have down here is special. So again, thank everybody. I'll select our champion market lamb. We'll give that exhibitor a big round of applause for a huge accomplishment. And we'll bring in the second. We'll pick out a reserve. But again, thank you guys for the opportunity to have me out here. I look forward to continuing to work through the day. But I know that winning a market lamb show is always a big accomplishment, and for the exhibitor and the family that's about to be grand in reserve, it's certainly going to be an exciting moment. So please help me make this an exciting moment for the exhibitor when we congratulate our champion market lamb with a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our grand champion, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. We'll be bringing in now the second place lamb in that Class 6. That is Jacob Sapp. Jacob showing for Trinity Catholic FFA. And from this group now, our judge will choose our reserve grand champion. And our reserve grand champion in this year's Lamb Show, this is Abby Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H Club. So congratulations to Kaylee, our grand champion. And the grand champion once again being sponsored by Sacred Silence Farms. And our reserve grand champion, Abby Sapp, being sponsored by OBS. We congratulate all of our exhibitors here in the Southeastern Youth Fair Lamb Show 2025. Well done, and we appreciate our judges today as well. We'll be entering into the breeding portion of the Lamb Show in just a few moments. Let's give a big round of applause for all of these market exhibitors today. Great job. And Judge Mark Hassebrook, thank you, sir, too, for that. We are now ready to begin the breeding portion of our show today. This first class coming in, we have 3 entries. These are our senior breeding ewes. Gracelyn Wicker of the Happy Homeschool 4-H. Erica Estrada of the Dunellen High FFA. And Reagan Barlow of the Bellevue High FFA. our 3 entries in our senior breeding ewes.
As we move into our breeding ewes show in our age class, we definitely have a mixed bag out here and a lot of different ways we can go. I'm going to elect to start with the white ewe that we're going to open up the class with. Ewe that's really neat in terms of how she's made in her front end. I like her width. I like her rib cage. I like how she gets out and moves, and that's, to me, is the advantage she brings to the table in terms of the appropriateness and correctness of her spine. Obviously, we have 3 sheep of 3 completely different breeds out here. So for her breed and her breed type, I like the added power and shape she brings to the table. We move in here to a ewe that I really like the silhouette she gives us in terms of her wedge design, her shoulder blade, her body cavity, her hip. To me, I just like to relax her in terms of her spine. She wants to get a little higher spine into motion. That's why she works in the second. The ewe coming in here in third, a little different speed in terms of the show ring, but a ewe that, from a guy that, we use, we have our own commercial herd back at home. So there's a lot of commercial appeal in this sheep. She's bred, she's been lambing, she's about to pop. And I really just like her design in terms of her shoulder. I like how she gets out and moves. Just to me, when we get out here in the show ring setting, her world is probably a little bit more out in the commercial standpoint, really productive, valuable, money-making type of a sheep. But from just in comparison to like her breed versus the other ones, just like to see her a little stouter from end to end to move her up higher. But I really appreciate the practicality of this sheep, and I will really just want to point that out as how much I appreciate just how practical and functional this one is compared to the two we place above her. So again, let's reward these exhibitors with a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our senior breeding ewes exhibitors. Winning the class today, Reagan Barlow of the Bellevue High FFA chapter. Standing second today, Erica Estrada. Erica representing the Dunellen High FFA. And in third place, Graceland Wicker of the Happy Homeschool 4-H Club. Our next class will be our junior breeding ewes. These are both all other breeds. We've got 8 entries here in this class. Graceland Wicker, once again, from the Happy Homeschool 4-H. Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H. Erica Estrada of the Dunellen High FFA. Riley Sconyers of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Madison Shade of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Reagan Barlow representing the Bellevue High FFA. Liliana Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club. And we have the Bellevue Middle, a chapter lamb being shown here in the junior breeding ewes class. 8 entries here in this class.
Now we change gears and move on into our breeding show. To me, the ewe that we start the class with does so quite handily from a breeding female standpoint. I really like the extension, the femininity she has, how feminine her shoulder lays into her body cavity. Got some width to her feet point in the right direction. You know, one thing I do in breeding shows is I check their mouth, but I don't use my hands just to maintain some disease integrity. When we were showing or when I had ewes out in the ring, I was never a fan of the judge putting their hand in the sheep's mouth next to me and then moving down the line. So I will always examine their head and look at the bite and make sure we don't have any monkey mouth or parrot mouth issues, but I will not put my hand in the sheep's mouth when I do that. But so I'll just explain kind of my thought process so the exhibitors know what I'm looking for when I ask to look at their head. But again, really feminine, really necked. She gets out, she travels as acceptable as anything in the ring. Her feet point in the right direction, really square, really productive look in her body cavity. You that we're going to leave here in a second. One that, for me personally, from a breeding female standpoint, probably is carrying a nickel more condition on her than I might personally prefer. But beyond that, here's one that similarly is correct in her skeleton, correct in her top line. I like the width that she has, the productive body cavity that she has. Coming in next in line is a ewe that I think for her breed, I just wish we had a little more punch to her. You know, I wish there's a little more pop to her, a little bit more width, a little bit more rib cage. I like how level she is. I just wish we had a little bit more body in her to move her up, a little bit more femininity. Moving on down the line, really, really good ewe that's probably a tick green, but for me, one, I'd like to relax her in her spine, square up in her hip to move her up any higher in the class. Really, really good productive type of ewe. Another one that for me, from a breeding standpoint, probably pushing a little bit more cover on her. Like to just clean her up a little bit, make her a little more feminine in the base of her chest. Really good ewe coming in next in line, a little younger, a little more youthful. I just like to level and square her up in her hip, make her a little bit more structurally sound when we get her out and put her into motion. Again, really, really great class, even better set of kids. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our junior breeding ewes class. Winning the class today, representing the Bellevue High FFA, Reagan Barlow. In second place, Liliana Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Standing third today, Madison Shade of the Lucky Learners 4-H. In fourth place, Erica Estrada of the Dunellen High FFA. In fifth place, the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. In sixth place, Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H. In seventh place, Graceland Wicker of the Happy Homeschoolers 4-H. And in eighth place today, Riley Sconyers of the Dunellen 4-H Club. We now have our aged blackface breeding ewes in the arena. Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Ramsey Jelks of the Starred and Stripes 4-H Club. Caitlin Gerard of the Wild and Country 4-H. And Chloe Davis, also of the Wild and Country 4-H Club.
So we move into our age division. Again, really interesting class to sort through. A mixed bag of sheep here in terms of age and management. So we'll try to work through. And for me on that situation, we look more for structure and integrity on that end. And so the ewe we're going to start with is the one to me. She's stout at the ground. She gets out. She can travel with some athleticism. She's good in her spine. How she handles her hip and her hind leg in motion is to me where she sets herself off. Obviously a highly fitted, highly presented type of a breeding ewe as well. But to me, the differences lies just when we get her out in motion. The angle that she has to her shoulder, the angle to her hip and her hind leg, and the structural correctness. The ewe that we're going to leave in second, she doesn't tie her neck in as neat at the top of her shoulders. The ewe that starts at the top of her class, yet compared to the two that she places above, a little bit level or out of her hip when we get her into motion, a little bit more athletic from that standpoint. The two ewes here that we have in third and fourth are the older ewes that have lambed. Ewe that we're going to leave in second, to me, just showing a little bit more less wear and tear in terms of her udder from lambing compared to the ewe in fourth, but a ewe compared to the ones that place above her, I just like to change the way that she's constructed out of her hip and her hind leg when we set her out into motion to move her up any higher. But a ewe definitely, I don't want to take anything away from one that's been out working and it's going to be due to lamb here in a couple of months. The ewe that we're going to leave in fourth is another one that's been out, been productive, been raising babies, been out there in the real world generating revenue. But a ewe to me that when we get her out in motion, I just like to change the way she's constructed out of her hip. Ewe that's lambed twice. Be interesting to see how her udder holds up for this next go around of babies. We're seeing a little bit of some issues there from how she dried up the last time. So hopefully for this exhibitor's sake that she still has both sides functioning when she lambs here in May. But again, let's give these kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring for a really, really good group of aged ewes.
Congratulations to these blackface age breeding ewes. Winning the class, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In second place, Ramsey Jelks of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Standing third today, Chloe Davis of the Wild and Country 4-H. And in fourth place, Caitlin Gerard of the Wild and Country 4-H. We now have our next group coming in. This is our blackface yearling breeding ewes, and we will have 3 heats of this group here. Coming in Heat 1, Brooklyn Risner of the Osceola Middle FFA. Egan Permar of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Ramsey Jelks of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Reagan Cook showing the Wild and Country Club Lamb. Brinley Jelks of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Allie Thomas of the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Terry Swain of the Westport High FFA. Tegan Swain of the Colon Academy FFA. And we have the Vanguard High Chapter Lamb and also the Bellevue High Senior Chapter Lamb. Ten entries here in our first heat in these yearling breeding ewes. These ewes range in weight from 89 to 119 pounds.
All right, as we move into our first heat in our breeding blackface show, we'll keep those 4 exhibitors and bring them back. We'll give some brief comments on the ones we're going to dismiss. Young Man's You, we talked about in the market show. We really appreciate her for the shape and the terminal merit that she has. When we get out in the breeding shows, I explained to him some of those terminal advantages become a disadvantage. A little too moderate in her frame for me, a little too tight and restrictive in motion to get kept. Yearling here that's coming in next in line. Some things I like about her in terms of her femininity through her neck and her fronted extension. To me, I just like to change her in her underline and reconfigure her back legs when we set her in motion to keep her. A really, really nice extended U that I considered here. I like the length. I think that has some value from a breeding standpoint. I just wish we could just open her up in her center body to make her a little bit more productive in terms of her rib cage. Same can be said for the U coming in next in line. I think there's a lot of good things this one does in terms of some femininity, some length and extension. I just like to reconstruct her out of her hip. And again, another one, maybe change her out of her neck shoulder attachment and just open her up in her forerib and her body cavity. Ewe-lamb that runs uphill here. Ewe-lamb that I would like to loosen her up when we get her in motion. Maybe wants to just elevate her spine ever so slightly. Another one that maybe we could just soften her up and open her up in her body cavity. Really, really extended U, runs uphill. One that maybe, wants to get a little lower right here in her neck shoulder attachment. Again, maybe we could just stouten her up, reconstruct her in her hip and her hind leg when we set her into motion. And again, another one, in these lighter weight classes, just open her up, make her just a little bit wider and productive through her center body to get her over there on the fence. Really, really good group of U's that we're dismissing the ring. Let's give these kids a hand.
Our judge has pulled 4 lambs out of this first heat. They will be coming back in to compete for the class champion here in our yearling breeding ewes. Coming into the ring now is our second of 3 heats. This is Trinity Catholic FFA. Michaela Lowry of the Kendrick 4-H. Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Brinley Sapp of the Forest High FFA. Evan Knowles of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. The Kendrick 4-H Club Lamb. Addison Gray showing with Southern Roots 4-H. Kate Viverito of the Westport High FFA. Amelia Oberly of the Dunellen 4-H Club. The Westport High FFA Chapter Lamb. The Fort King Middle Chapter Lamb. The Bellevue High Junior Chapter Lamb. Anniston Post of the 4-H Dunellen 4-H Club. And Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots 4-H. Our top 4 exhibitors out of that first heat was Reagan Cook of the Wild and Country 4-H. Allie Thomas of the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Number 4 is the Vanguard High FFA Chapter Lamb. And also the Bellevue High Senior FFA Chapter Lamb. Our judge will pull his top selections out of Heat 2, and we will hold those back. And then we'll bring in our third and final heat of these yearling breeding ewes.
As we get into our second heat of ewe lambs, we'll try to adjust the microphone here and see if we can get a little bit better consistent feedback on that. Ewe lamb we're going to leave out here. I really like this ewe lamb. Just to keep her back, I'd like to just power her up a little bit more in terms of how she opens up underneath. She's just maybe not quite as wide through the floor of her chest as compared to some of the ones that we kept. Maybe just stouting her up at the ground a little bit. Ewe lamb that has some femininity, some extension to her neck, maybe could just lay her in a little bit neater at the base of her shoulder. Really good sheep coming in here next in line as far as having some extension. I really appreciate that about her. Maybe just could, again, compared to some of the ones we're keeping, for her frame, I just like to see her a little bit more three-dimensional. She's tall. She's got some extension. I don't know if she's as wide-based as some of the ones that we kept. One that I still appreciate, I think, has a lot of merit and value. Maybe we could give her a little bit more curvature right there to her forerib. Really nice, productive-looking one coming in here next. To me, where I would like to change her, just level her up out of her hip. She's wanting to slope a little bit more on us today. Again, maybe one that we could maybe fix right there in her neck attachment, may put her neck a little bit higher into the top of her shoulder. Really good one coming in here next. She's really bold, really wide about her rib cage. Like to stouten her up out of her hip. One that maybe we could clean up, make a little bit more feminine up to her front end, her shoulder, and her chest plate. Ewe lamb coming in next in line, really shapely and expressive. For me, for her frame size, I'd like to open her up, soften her up, give her a little bit more productive design about her body cavity and her rear flank and her rib cage. Really good sheep for the exhibitor as well, though. Really shapely, expressive ewe coming in next in line. One that has some sweep to her underline. I just don't know if compared to some of the other ones that we've kept, you look at her at the ground, maybe a little bit straighter, maybe not quite as correct on her feet and legs, maybe ties just a nickel lower when we see how her neck ties into her body cavity, but a really nice ewe, one that had a lot of consideration. Ewe coming in next in line. One Check. All right. You coming in next in line. I really like this ewe. Really nice body cavity to her in terms of having some ribs, some volume, some productive look. One that just gets a little lower fronted compared to the ones that we kept. I'd like to just make her a little bit more feminine, alert, and up fronted to keep her over there to the fence. Really nice one coming in here next in line as well. One that's got a lot of quality about her in terms of just being square and stout. One that, again, probably maybe wanting to push a little bit downhill. Probably one that's a little bit straighter in the angle through her front end off of both ends. When we get out in motion, maybe isn't quite as collected in her spine. Really good group of ewes that we've dismissed. Let's give these kids a hand.
Congratulations to those exhibitors coming back out of Heat 2. Michaela Lowry of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Brinley Sapp of the Forest High FFA. The Kendrick 4-H Club Lamb. Aniston Post of the Dunellen 4-H Club. And Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots 4-H. We now have our final heat in this grouping of our blackface ewes. This is Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Hayden Mobley of the Southern Roots 4-H. Olivia Walker, also with the Southern Roots 4-H. Kyle Rich, Kyle showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Kennedy Fritz, Kennedy showing with Trinity Catholic. John Bradish, also showing with Trinity Catholic FFA. Reagan Barlow showing with the Bellevue High FFA. And we have the Dunellen Christian FFA chapter lamb. That lamb being shown by Becky Dooley.
So we get into our final heat of these ewes here. We still have a bunch of high-quality ewes we're going to dismiss because it's been such an incredibly deep ewe show. This blue ewe here, one that I really like when we get her parked. The exhibitor's doing a tremendous job when we get this one on the stuck, showcasing that really nice shoulder blade that she has. For me, the reason why she doesn't get to stay back is just like to stouten her at the ground. She's just a little bit smaller in terms of her foot size and her bone work to stay around. And then when we get her out in motion, sometimes she wants to get a little tighter about her spine. Exhibitor does a tremendous job hiding these problems on the set, though, and should be commended. Yearling coming in next is one that's got some production in her, some frame, some scale, some extension. She still has some muscle. The reason why she doesn't get kept back to me today, I just wish we could stouten her up out of the top of her hip. From a balance standpoint, she's really wide up over her rack, but I wish she was a little bit bigger right there at the top side of her hip. Yearling coming in next is one that's really powerful, big feet, really stout, has some width about her. Maybe just isn't as feminine featured. A little bit thicker and coarser about her neck, a little shorter. She also wants to elevate her spine in motion. If we could relax her a little bit in her spine, certainly she would make a run to stick around. But a really outstanding ewe with a bright future ahead of her. You coming in next in line is one that's also got some extension. She's got some performance in her. I just wish we could maybe make her a little bit more robust in her rib cage coming out of her shoulder to stick her around. She, too, maybe could get a little bit high in her spine on occasion. Really, really good ewe. Yearling coming in next that's being extremely uncooperative for the exhibitor today. Huge rack, a lot of shape to her. One that I just wish we could see her get out and go. And the other reason why maybe we don't keep her around, she's just a little bit lower tying right there at her next shoulder. Wants to get a little bit straighter out of her front end. Her loin's sitting a little bit lower in her today. But a really, really nice ewe. I wish you would just get out and go for the exhibitor. You're working really hard. Your ewe's just not wanting to be cooperative. Again, let's give these kids a big round as they leave the ring, and we'll work through and pick out a top 6 out of the ones we've kept back.
Our judge has kept 3 entries from this third heat. Number 64, this is Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Number 1, Kyle Rich of the Kendrick 4-H. And number 45, Reagan Barlow from the Bellevue High FFA chapter. They will join our top grouping from Heat 2, Michaela Lowry of Kendrick 4-H, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles, Brinley Sapp of the Forest High FFA, the Kendrick 4-H Club Lamb, Aniston Post of Dunellen 4-H, and Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots. And representing the first heat, Reagan Cook showing the Wild and Country 4-H Club Lamb, Allie Thomas of the Trinity Catholic FFA, the Vanguard High FFA Chapter Lamb, and the Bellevue High FFA Chapter Lamb. These entries will be vying for our class winner in the yearling breeding ewes.
As we get everything back out here and align these breeding ewes, it gets really, really close and we're splitting hairs. To me, I walked them again because to me that's where the separation becomes the clearest. Ewe lamb that we're going to start with just maintains herself so much better in motion in terms of her spine, in terms of her underline, in terms of her front end assembly, and that's why she wins the class. I really, really like how feminine she is up through her neck and her shoulder. She wants to run uphill. She's, has all the presentation things in terms of some width and some touch, but to me where we break her down is just get out in motion, how she maintains the integrity of her top line, her hip and her hind leg. Certainly I would like to make her stouter at the ground, and that's an advantage some sheep down the line have over her, but I really, really like how wide she is, how robust she is, and like I said, when we get her out in motion, she's the one that maintains the quality she gives us on the set the most when we get her into motion. Stout, big, powerful ewe coming in next in line. One that I really, really like when we get her on the set, especially when you study her from behind at the 3/4 for the width and dimension and expansion she has through her top and her body cavity and her hip. Compared to the ewe that wins the class, I think the ewe that wins the class is just a little more genuine in her underline, a little more opened up and robust right there in her forerib. And when we see her out in motion, maybe she wants to get a little bit more lower in how her neck ties into her shoulder. When we get her out and walk her, maybe she doesn't keep her sternum up in her as nice, certainly doesn't maybe keep her hip as level. Really productive, powerful ewe we're going to leave in third. Super wide base, super bold in the rib cage. One that maybe isn't as feminine about her features as the two that place above her. A little bit shorter fronted, a little bit bolder, especially when you get her out in motion. Just doesn't have that extension, but this is a moderate, powerful, big cage, big hip, big ended, powerful type of sheep that has a lot of productive value. Really like the ewe that's coming in fourth, similar to the one in third. Big-footed, powerful, moderate. The reason why, to me, she ends up in fourth is again, when we get her out in motion, she's just not as smooth in how her body ties together. She wants to just break a little bit right there, coming out of her shoulder into her top. She just gets a little lower right here in her hip-loin transition, a little higher right there in her mid-spine. But, man, this is a shallow, round-bodied, big-hipped ewe. Really, really big feet. Got a lot of feature and quality about her. Just that spine integrity is what sorts her down into fourth. Again, 4 exceptionally high-end ewes here at the top of the class. It comes down to the details. Ewe lamb we're going to leave in fifth. I like her silhouette. I like the way her shoulder lays into her. Really, really big hip, big-ended. Another stout feature type of ewe that blends stoutness with femininity. She just isn't as robust through the center of her body. Just doesn't quite have that hip design we find in the 4 placing above her. Ewe lamb we're going to leave in sixth. Gives us a really unique silhouette in terms of really appreciate how tall and upstanding she is, that front end, that neck extension, the flatness, the shoulder blade, how well she ties that neck into the top of her shoulder. Really nice silhouette. As far as her underline, she's just not as wide, not as robust in her body cavity. One that when we break her out, even though she looks as good as she does on the set, maybe doesn't maintain herself as well when we put her into motion as compared to some of the ones we place above her. Really outstanding group of ewes, really big class. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to these yearling breeding ewes. We had 32 entries into this class. And winning the class, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Standing second from Kendrick 4-H, Kyle Rich. In third place from the Bellevue High FFA, Reagan Barlow. In fourth place, Michaela Lowry of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In fifth place, Aniston Post of the Dunellen 4-H. In sixth place, Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots 4-H. Standing seventh, Brindley Sapp of the Forest High FFA. In eighth place is the Kendrick Club Lamb. Standing ninth, Ninth is Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. And 10th is Allie Thomas of the Trinity Catholic. In 11th place, Reagan Cook of the Wild and Country 4-H. In 12th place is the Vanguard High FFA chapter. And in 13th place, the Bellevue High FFA chapter. So congratulations to all of these. We will now have our class winners to come back in for our Grand Champion Drive here. These are our class winners here. We've got Reagan Barlow, Reagan with the Bellevue High FFA. Reagan also in the Class 8 winner, the Bellevue High FFA. Kaylee Draper, our Class 9 winner. And Kaylee also has the Class 10 winner as well. So Reagan and Kaylee, congratulations, and thank these other exhibitors for helping them show their animals out here. Our judge will look over this class right here, and this will be for our Grand Champion Drive of our market show.
Let's give all the exhibitors in our breeding show a big round of applause for really an outstanding group of breeding females we've had from beginning to end. We've had a really great show. We've had a lot of really great kids come through the ring. We've worked through it efficiently. So at this time, I just want to give a shout out to our great ring photographer and our great rings help that we've had out here and give them a big thank you. We'll go out, I'll pick our champion, we'll bring our second back in, and we'll reevaluate for a reserve. But again, outstanding group of ewes, even better set of kids. And let's at this time recognize the show photographer and our ring help, everyone lining up the classes, and give them a big thank you here in this moment.
Congratulations once again, Kaylee Draper, the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Congratulations to you, Kaylee. We'll now have Kyle Rich to come back in. He was the second place exhibitor in that class. Kyle was also showing that lamb for Kaylee, so Kyle's pulling double and triple duty out here today. And your reserve grand champion representing Kendrick 4-H is Kyle Rich. So congratulations, Kaylee, our grand champion, and also Kyle, our reserve grand champion of our Breeding You show. A great show today, and we want to congratulate all of our exhibitors. Here in just a few moments, we'll begin our showmanship contest. We ask if our participants would go ahead and be preparing themselves. We're going to start out with the senior showmanship first. So if all of our seniors in our lamb showmanship contest, please be preparing and ready to come into the show ring. This is our first heat in our senior showmanship in the arena. Have number 45, Reagan Barlow. Reagan with the Bellevue High FFA chapter. Number 66, this is Lily Ferrone. Lily showing with the Bellevue High Junior FFA chapter. Number 67, Jaden Lowe. Jaden with the Bellevue High FFA. Number 29, Grayson Benedict. Grayson showing with the Westport High FFA. Number 33, Brianna Bennett. Brianna showing for Vanguard High FFA. Number 54, John Bradish. John showing with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Number 118, Chloe Davis. Chloe showing with the Wild and Country 4-H. Number 60, Annabelle Edwards. Annabelle showing with the Southern Roots 4-H. Representing the Dunellen High FFA, Erica Estrada, number 7. Number 20, Alyssa Lott. Alyssa showing the chapter lamb for Forest High FFA. Number 56, Kennedy Fritz. Kennedy showing with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Number 127, Caitlin Gerard. Caitlin showing with the Wild and Country 4-H. And number 128, Addison Gray. Addison showing with the Southern Roots 4-H. And number 2, this is Roman Schultz. Roman showing with the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. We will have 3 heats here in our senior showmanship. Our judge will pull out his top selection from each of those 3 heats, and they will come back to compete for our grand champion senior showman. We want to say thanks to Dean Lawn and Landscape for sponsoring this senior showmanship today. We've been asked to inform everyone that the bathrooms in the sales arena are temporarily closed. We do have other facilities out here right behind us here to our east, so feel free to exercise those if need be.
I went through and I gave individual comments to all these exhibitors, and they can kind of go back and work on. Again, these are just suggestions. Obviously, there's different ways to skin a cat, and there's different philosophies and approaches to how to show sheep. Today's my day. It's my opinion. I went through and, like I said, I made individual comments on some things I would like to change and some things they can work on, and they can go back and discuss those. Part of that is just not to give an advantage to the kids coming in the second and third heat that they hear it over the microphone, so they can come out here and have an advantage that these kids didn't have. So we'll keep the comments between them. That's why I went through and discussed, and I'll give my general comments in our final drive. That way that at least the younger age divisions can all be on the same equal footing. We kept the 3 over there. We're going to go through, and I want to work them all. I want to see them on the walk, want to see how they work with their sheep, want to see how they handle their sheep, see how they set their sheep. So we're going to go through. The kids are going to do a lot of work out here. We've already been judging showmanship throughout the day, so a lot of you guys have already made impressions. So again, all of you guys do a tremendous job. I just can't stress that enough, but there's always ways to get better, and hopefully the suggestions I offered are something that you guys can take back and work on as you come back next year, progress down the road to other shows. Really great group of kids to start with, so let's reward them all with a big round of applause as they exit.
Congratulations to our top 3 exhibitors in that first heat. Reagan Barlow, Reagan with the Bellevue High FFA. Number 33, Brianna Bennett of the Vanguard High FFA. And Erica Estrada, representing the Dunellen High FFA. We have our second heat of our senior showmanship competition in the ring now. We have Mylan Grillo of the Bellevue High FFA. Liliana Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Allie Jo Hicks of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Aiden Permar showing the Kendrick 4-H Lamb. Alyssa Koch showing for the Westport High FFA. Brianna Lopez showing for the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Michaela Lowry showing for Kendrick 4-H. Hayden Mobley showing for the Southern Roots 4-H Club. Kyle Rich showing with Kendrick 4-H. Brinley Sapp showing with the Forest High FFA. And Jacob Sapp showing with the Trinity Catholic High FFA chapter. A correction on the Kendrick lamb, that is Emma Grace Dews that is exhibiting that lamb in the showmanship competition.
Outstanding group of kids we're dismissing again. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Really, really good kids. They're out here working hard.
Thanks, Kyle. That's good multitasking right there. The three that are being pulled out from this second heat is Allie Joe Hicks of the Lucky Learners 4-H, Brianna Lopez of the Stars and Stripes 4-H, and Kyle Rich of the Kendrick 4-H Club. We'll bring in our third and final senior heat now. Our judge will pull his top selection from this group, and then those individuals will come back for the senior championship showmanship. We have number 49, Andy Sapp, Andy with the Grandview 4-H Club. Number 50, Abby Sapp, Abby showing with Town and Country 4-H. Number 59, Maddie Shade, Maddie showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 59, Madison Shade, also with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 46, Ireland Shea of the Dunellen High FFA. Number 26, Grace Smith with the Westport High FFA. Number 77, Terry Swain of the Westport High FFA. Number 55, Allie Thomas of the Trinity Catholic FFA. Entry number 5 is the Trinity Catholic. This is a chapter lamb. Number 4, Autumn Bowles. Autumn showing the Vanguard High FFA chapter lamb. Number 74, Kate Viverito showing with Westport High FFA. Number 3, Spencer Pennington showing with Westport High FFA. Number 158, this is the Westport High FFA chapter lamb. Number 32, Graceland Wicker with the Happy Homeschoolers 4-H. And number 10, Jillian Willoughby of the Westport High FFA chapter. Our third and final heat in senior showmanship.
All right, let's give this great group of kids a big hand as they exit the ring, and we'll bring back our top 10 and work through those and get you a top 3.
Our judge has pulled 5 out of this third heat. Number 50, Abby Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H. Number 59, Madison Shade of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 46, Ireland Shea of the Dunellen High FFA. Number 26, Grace Smith of the Westport High FFA. And number 32, Gracelyn Wicker of the Happy Homeschoolers. These will join our top 3 from our second heat: Kyle Rich of the Kendrick 4-H, Brianna Lopez of the Stars and Stripes 4-H, and Allie Jo Hicks of the Lucky Learners 4-H. And also our top 3 from our first heat: Erica Estrada of the Dunellen High FFA, Brianna Bennett of the Vanguard High FFA, and Reagan Barlow of the Bellevue High FFA. Let's have a big hand for our top senior showmanship exhibitors.
All right, as we get into our final heat here, I went through and I made comments to the ones along the rail here on some things that they can improve. We're still going to keep working these guys here a little bit before we figure out how we're going to place them first, second, and third. Want to make them sweat a little bit at senior showmanship. We need to make them work. A couple things that I've told all the kids throughout the day that are important to me. Feet and leg placement. Feet and leg placement and consistency is a big deal to me. That's part of the reason why in showmanship I change up how I work the ring. You know, they come in, they profile, they go over here and they get an opportunity to set up the sheep one-on-one with me, and then we go back to the profile. I want to see that sheep look as close to the same every time. I want to see precision with feet and leg placement. I want to see you use your hands. I want to see you keep them legs in the proper position. The ones out here did a nice job in their heats, but when we compare with the precision and the speed and the accuracy of the three out here, you know, we start nipping into some details. The other thing these three do exceptionally well is how they have them on the walk. There's some exhibitors in the back that did a tremendous job, and we talked about it in class. It's the senior showmanship. You bring a halter out. You know, I've got two nieces back in Nebraska, one's 7, one's 10, and the 10-year-old fought me and her dad one time about using and showmanship, and she found out real fast that that didn't work. The 7-year-old, we tried to make use a halter in showmanship, and she said, I can't win with the halter, and threw it at us and went into showmanship and let her sheep go. So, you know, that's just, and all of the exhibitors, I asked them, you know what the problem is, and they said, yes, the halter. And I understand some sheep need the halter, but in showmanship, these exhibitors here do a tremendous job walking these sheep without the use of a halter, and they deserve that competitive advantage. So when we get down and break down these top three, I think they all do a tremendous job. To me, what sets them out in part is their speed, their precision. When we have them walk, they are so fast to the set, so precise with their feet and legs. And then the way these sheep, you know, we get out, they walk, their sheep are high-headed, their sheep respond to them. They trot around the ring with the proper angle to their head and their neck. So when it comes down to me to really break these apart, we really get it down to some details. The exhibitor I'm going to use to win just has a presence, an eye contact, an intensity that I appreciate, is the fastest, the most precise, yet calm, cool, collected. The one we're going to use for reserve does a really nice job, maybe a little more inconsistent, sometimes maybe gets the sheep to overdrive. The one that we're going to leave in third, an amazing showman, just compared to the two buzzsaws ahead, not as precise and consistent at all times. But really great job. I'll go congratulate them in order of first, second, and third. But again, outstanding group of seniors. I can't encourage you guys enough to give them a big round of applause for how great a group of kids we've had to work through.
A big congratulations to our showmanship winners, our senior showmanship, Reagan Barlow, Bellevue High FFA. Standing second, Kyle Rich of the Kendrick 4-H Club. And in third place, representing Town and Country 4-H, Abby Sapp. So congratulations to our senior winners. Well done. We'll have our intermediates coming in. We've got 2 heats of them, and we'll expect them here in just a few moments. This is the first heat in our intermediate division. We have Sydney Antoine. Sydney showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. We have an exhibitor showing for the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. And then Bellevue Middle has a second lamb in here as well. Emma Blackburn. Emma showing with the Wild and Country 4-H. Kaylee Draper. Kaylee showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Dunellen Christian Academy FFA chapter, a chapter lamb. Michelle Blackman showing the Fort King Middle FFA. Sophia Gagnon of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Charlotte Grillo of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Joey Henrich. Joey showing with Kendrick 4-H. Zion Lafali showing with Horizon Academy. Brinley Jelks showing with Stars and Stripes 4-H. And Blake Morales showing with Leading the Way 4-H Club.
All right, let's give this group of kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring. Really, really good job.
Congratulations to these top four who have been pulled out of this first heat. Number 36, Sydney Antoine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 44, Kaylee Draper, also of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 25, Brinley Jelks of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. And number 38, Blake Morales of the Leading the Way 4-H. We now have the second heat in our intermediate division. Have Amelia Oberly of the Dunellen 4-H Club. The Osceola Middle, a chapter lamb. Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Brooklyn Risner of the Osceola Middle FFA. Amin Razuli of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Hope Sack Ryder of the Southern Roots 4-H. Jackson Sack Ryder Martin of the Southern Roots 4-H. Riley Sconyers of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Will Seiler showing for the Kendrick 4-H. Walt Shea of the Liberty Middle FFA. Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H. Tegan Swain of the Colon Academy FFA. Olivia Walker of the Southern Roots 4-H. Kimberly Whitehead of the Dunellen Middle FFA. Reagan Cook showing for the Wild and Country 4-H. And also Carly Cook showing for the Wild and Country 4-H Club. This is the second heat in our intermediate division. The judge will pull his top grouping here, and they'll come back and compete for our championship in the intermediate showmanship contest.
All right, let's give these kids along the side here a big round of applause as they exit. Really tremendous group of young people here. Let's reward them with an applause.
Our judge has brought back 5 individuals from the second heat. Kaylee Parker of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Hope Sackrider of the Southern Roots 4-H. Riley Sconyers of the Dunellen 4-H. Olivia Walker of the Southern Roots 4-H. And Kimberly Whitehead of the Dunellen Middle FFA. They will join Blake Morales of the Leading the Way, Brindley Jelks of Stars and Stripes, Kaylee Draper from the Bellevue Bald Eagles, and Sydney Antoine from the Bellevue Bald Eagles. These are our top entries in the intermediate showmanship here in our Lamb Show. We want to say thanks to PIP Printing for sponsoring our intermediate division today.
Let's give our intermediates a big round of applause. We'll go through and make some comments here about the ones that we brought back, and then we'll show you who I think my top 3 are that I think are doing an outstanding job. Young lady here is the one that gets back in for never giving up, and certainly did a tremendous job earning her way back. As we get her back out here, her lamb's fidgeting. When she gets that sheep right, she does a tremendous job. To me, I just like her to keep working on that consistency. Young man coming in next, I appreciate how calm, how cool he is. Really, really good on the walk. I just wish on the set we were a nickel more consistent, a little bit more, he's so calm sometimes it works to his detriment. I wish he was just a little quicker sometimes on the profile. Exhibitor here does a tremendous job. Bigger sheep to show. Always has that sheep looking the same from its front end. Sometimes back legs could be a little bit more consistent in our placement, a little more precise. Sometimes I wish we'd just get our posture in front of that sheep a little bit more and square up to get a little bit more of a drive. Exhibitor here comes in line, does a tremendous job. I like the posture. I like how she handles her hands around the head and the ears and the neck. Perhaps maybe we could watch the precision of our back legs from time to time, but really a good exhibitor for younger exhibitors to watch, to role model after. Does a tremendous job. Exhibitor coming in next in line, I bring back, again, showmanship is about hiding the flaws in the sheep and making it look as good as it can. When you look at how she gets this sheep set and then you watch this sheep walk, she's doing a tremendous job hiding this sheep's problem. When that sheep's in motion, her spine becomes an issue, but on the set, she's always able to get it level, and I commend her for doing a really good job making this sheep look considerably better on the set than in motion. Exhibitor coming in next in line does a tremendous job keeping that sheep set consistent. Maybe sometimes I wish she would just stretch it a little bit more and get a little bit more drive. Exhibitor here does a really nice job. I like her posture. I like how she sets up her body in front of the sheep. I like how she manipulates the head and ears with her hands. I'd like for a little bit more consistency out of her back leg placement. exhibitor coming in next in line does a tremendous job. I'd like her to work to stay in line a little bit better. Even right now, the sheep's a little bit out of line, so we need to try to correct that to be in a straight line. Exhibitor here does a tremendous job, very consistent. You can tell how tame this sheep is, the amount of work. For me personally, I think sometimes she gets that nose and nickel too high in the air. I like to see that head a little bit leveler. Really, really great group of kids. To me, I think the champion, I think, was, for me, I'm very, very comfortable with. For second and third, there's a lot of give and take. Certainly all these kids are doing a tremendous job, and you're really nitpicking. And some of it in showmanship is luck as far as when you make the mistake and if I see it or if I don't. But to me, the exhibitor that'll be our champion will be the young lady in the green here. It's just a tremendous job of consistency all day long. And even though I wish the head was a little bit leveler, there's just a consistency and a calm and composure. She'll be our reserve. Let's give her a big round of applause as well. And for third, I like the posture. I like the intensity of the young lady right here will be our third place. Let's give her a big hand.
Congratulations to our intermediate showman winning our intermediate contest, Kaylee Draper of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Congratulations, Kaylee. In second place, Hope Sack Ryder of the Southern Roots 4-H. Congratulations, Hope. And our third place winner, Kimberly Whitehead of the Dunellen Middle FFA chapter. So congratulations to our intermediate winners. We now will move on to our junior showmanship contest. It is sponsored this year by Ivy on the Square. In our junior division, we have Selena Antoine. Selena showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Lex Antoine also showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Hunter Rice. Hunter is showing the Dunellen 4-H Club Lamb. Ramsey Jelks. Ramsey showing with the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Evan Knowles. Evan showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Jack Herpely. Jack showing the Leading the Way 4-H Club Lamb. Matthew Morales showing the Leading the Way 4-H. Waylon Parker showing with Southern Roots 4-H. Egan Permar. Egan showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Aniston Post is showing with the Dunellen 4-H. Avery Sapp. Avery showing with Town and Country 4-H. And Morgan Smith showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. So congratulations to our junior exhibitors in our showmanship contest. And again, we say thanks to Ivy on the Square for sponsoring this contest today. Southeastern Youth Fair is very fortunate to have great relationships with so many different entities, including the Marion County Public School System. We're grateful to have Kathy Oddie here today, who's the Director of the Career and Technical Education here in Marion County. Ms. Oddie, thank you for being here. There'll be many others representing those along with other organizations, and we just want to say thank you for being a partner with the Southeastern Youth Fair.
Let's give our juniors a big round of applause. They're doing a tremendous job. I went through and I made some comments and some suggestions to them all over here in line, and then I walked them around because I want, if we would try to incorporate some of those changes we talked about, and a bunch of them did a really nice job. So that's always, important, especially at this age. It's not so much, the result today, but is important, but more importantly that, when you're this young, you guys can get better every day. Every trip around the ring, you can get better. Every time you set your sheep up is an opportunity to get better. I wanted to give you guys that opportunity to keep doing that. The other thing I want you guys to do as a favor, not only to everybody here at the show, but to this activity in general, is we had 3 heats of seniors, we had 2 heats of intermediates, we have 1 heat of juniors. I hope all you guys will go back and recruit your friends and get more people in your guys' age group coming out and showing next year, so we can have more heats of juniors, so we know that the show's going to have a bright future with even more great people and exhibitors. So you guys need to go out, you need to promote, tell everybody how much fun it is to show sheep at the Southeastern Youth Fair, and come back next year and let's have 3 heats of juniors, okay, kids? So do that. I think it gets really, really difficult, especially in the junior division. They all do such a good job, and keeping in mind the level of difficulty for the size of the sheep, the size of the kids. There's all things they can improve. There's 3 out here that we're going to pick out that definitely do a tremendous job. I think it's back and forth because there's a 4th exhibitor that does an outstanding job as well. I'll pick out our top 3, and I'll kind of give you some of the justifications why. I think it's just a really great group of kids, though. But for our champion, it's an exhibitor that's, again, showmanship we've been watching all day. There's been an exhibitor that just in motion at a junior level really does a nice job. Now, there's some things with this sheep I would change from a posture standpoint, from the head position on the shoulder. But again, the way the sheep walks around the ring so effortlessly, that happens a lot of training at home, and the exhibitor does a tremendous job of consistently. It'll be a young lady right here. It'll be our champion junior. She held on. She doesn't have a halter. Let's give her some credit. That's a heavyweight sheep. I think for reserve and third, it gets real close. They're standing side by side. Consistency, even at the junior level, becomes a big deal. And again, consistency, I think, back to the show as well, not just out here. And one that hit me really, really hard this morning and does a tremendous job, the young lady right here. I remember from this morning being like, this kid can show. She comes out here and she can still show. That'll be our reserve. For third, there's another exhibitor that does a tremendous job. Sheep that is exhibited just a lot of work at home with the training and the preparation and how calm that sheep is. Maybe some consistency things with feet and legs, especially right now. But again, young lady right here will be our third. Again, let's give all these kids a big round of applause. They've done a tremendous job.
Congratulations to our junior showmanship winners winning the class today. This is Callie Coffey showing with Leading the Way 4-H. In second place, Avery Sapp. Avery showing with the Town and Country 4-H. And in third place, Aniston Post of the Dunellen 4-H Club. So congratulations to all of our junior exhibitors. And Callie, congratulations to you for winning the contest. And again, we say thanks to Ivy on the Square. We appreciate PIP Printing as well. And also to Dean Lawn and Landscaping for sponsoring our showmanship contest today. That will conclude our lamb show for today. Here in just a few moments, we'll begin with our goat show. Again, we appreciate everybody being a part of this. We want to say thanks to Ms. Colleen Wade, the principal at Vanguard High School, for being with us today as well. Ms. Wade, thank you for being here and supporting the youngsters here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then here about 1:15 we'll begin with the goat show. The goat show. 2:15, 1:15, 2:15, that'll be the time.